One pack of Ben's Original, one pinch of chaos. We're all original recipes.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Yeah.
Allow me.
No way. Hello everybody, we are back at it. I've decided, screw... Generative AI use? No. Never. None. I have decided I am doing art first today. Also, I decided, screw finding funny, non-copyright music. I'm listening to music I want to listen to. We are going to Brackies. Okay, so there we go. We're going to be doing some simple-ish animation. Because I've done it before, and I want to learn it. And hell, we may as well make it look... Basically, I've done all the movement mechanics I wanted to do. Now I want to add what they look like.
So when it comes time to start adding animation to your game, there are two primary ways to go about it. The first one, and probably the most commonly used, is sprite sheet animation. This is also the technique that most people recognize from traditional animated movies, because it simply means drawing a bunch of images, each with a plain bit of movement, and then playing them back by quickly displaying them one by one. Our character from the previous video on 2D movement already has sprite sheet animation set up in exactly this way, so that's what we're going to be using for this video. But first, this video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with more than side of Unity. If you want to try out Skillshare animation, Unity has a free asset on the asset store called Anima 2D that should help you get started. And definitely let us know if this is something that you would like to see a dedicated video on. Alright, enough talking, let's start animating. So we're here in the same scene as when we did our 2D movie. You can of course use any scene and character that you like. In this one we're able to move and jump around as well as crouch beneath platforms. But of course currently we have no animations in here. To change this, let's start by setting up some animation clips. To do this, we'll go to our scene view and select our player. We'll then open up our animation window. So we'll go to window, animation, and select animation. As you can see, it tells us that to begin animating the player, we need to create both an animator and an animation clip. We'll talk about the difference between the two in a sec, but now let's just hit create. And now we can choose where we want to save our animation. Let's right click and create a separate folder for this, and let's call it animation. Let's then double click this folder, and let's also rename this animation file to something like player, and then underscore the animation that we want to work on. This could be run, jump, or die. In our case, let's start with an idle animation. In other words, the animation that the player plays when he isn't really doing anything. We can then press save. So now we have this empty timeline here where we can drag in our animation sprites. Of course, the great thing about our character here is that he already comes with a bunch of images that we can use. So let's go under Sunnyland, and of course, if you want to download any of this, I will have a link for that in the description. We then go under artwork, sprites, and under the player, we can see that the sprites are split up into animation folders. So let's start by going under the idle folder, and here are 4 different images. If we just translate one of them, we can see a preview in the bottom right here. Of course, it's pretty tiny, but if I go ahead and move through the images, we can see that they are indeed animating our character. So let's translate all 4 sprites, and let's simply click and drag them into our animation window. And right away, we can see that 4 keyframes has been added. We can also see that if I hit play, the animation plays ridiculously fast. The reason for this is that we need to change the amount of images that are displayed each second. Currently, our samples are set to 60. A pretty standard value to use here is something like 12. We can see if we now play through, the animation looks much better. And we can even scrub through it using this timeline marker. And if we wanted to say move around a few images, we can of course do that by simply clicking and dragging, or just press delete in order to remove one. But I'm just going to leave my animation as is. Let's go ahead and set up a few other ones while we're at it. Let's go to where it says player idle here, and let's say create new clip. Again, we want to make sure we do this inside the animation folder. And this time, let's create one called player underscore run. Now let's go under our run folder, let's select all of our sprites and drag them in. Again, we want to decrease our samples to 12.
Right, so basically, I also decided, hey, I want this to be higher quality. Like, I don't just want the stupid, bad-looking what's it called one that I did before. I want, you know, proper. So I'm going to do that. I know it'll look kind of disjointed with the rest of the thing, but that's okay. I'm alright with that. Basically. Let's turn this back on. Oh, crazy March 7th theme at the moment. God, that looks awful, man. Because it would be, well,
The new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools.
yeah, can
like
we
Ad
skip
Tracker.
the Opera GX advert? I can make this as like stylized as I want as well. So I might try doing that. We'll see. screw it. That's my that's my sort of template. What theme is this? Huh. Your choice. I don't know.
Sound waves like dynamite send signals sky high. Streams of thunder make you lose your mind. Heartbeats will shake me, so rules can't break me. Crank the sound and let your soul be free. The lightning strikes writing on the wall. Let yourself fall into it all.
Struggling with your sleep? At Pucker, we know it doesn't have to be that way. Our nighttime tea helps you drift into a peaceful rest. Expertly crafted from the finest organic herbs, helping
Wrong layer.
Best morning ever. It's a beautiful day. Tea breaks over. PG tips. Start your day the PG way.
Started at the PG way with parental guidance. looking. God, not great. Honestly, hang on. This is what I was the happiest with in the end. Let's use this as a reference. Shepard, stop.
Okay. Now, you ready for a good day?
He was a scientific hypothesis.
This isn't ideal. Is this Wawa's thing? God. I'm realizing basically I need to go for more stylized, so I'm gonna start again, but I'm going to grab a different reference. There we go. Okay, we got some slight things we'd have to change for this, but yes, I feel like this is what I'm aiming for. So we would instead have this out here, maybe not that far, but
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fiber gel helps break the cycle of constipation and get
good afternoon.
find your groove.
How you doing? Yes, I had a good sleep. I decided against the exactly 9 hours thing. I think I wanted to be as well rested as I could. So I said I'll be online by 12 at the latest. Will do. Do you two have any particular plans for today? Or do you want to wait until later to talk about that? Okie dokie. Galactic roaming. Whose theme is this? I have to imagine maybe Foujon or something? God today, I forget. I should know this one because Oh, it's Silverwolf. I knew I recognised it. I get the feeling this is Argente.
Struggling with your sleep? At Pucker, we know it doesn't have to be that way. Our nighttime tea helps.
Even Immortality ends. This would be Blade then, probably. One of those last ones might have been Voucher. I do like the idea of her always looking at you no matter what. No matter. What am I, Courtney? Yeah, Mom. Let's switch back. Death approaches. Is this? Huh. Maybe this one's blurred. Yeah, this was blood. I know that ending anywhere because I know that it leads into dramatic irony. Let's go!
In general, you can just
Alright, colouring time. A new little thing that I learned. Why am I doing this? Just looks ever so slightly worse. Well, hey, it's a tool I know I don't need to use in the future. da, da, la, da, da, da. Chappella Rebellion goes crazy. Another Valorant advert. I think this is Fushuan. Actually. I'm fairly sure at least. Yeah, I want to keep that. Okay, cool. German of all affairs, this will be Jingyuan then. I'm probably going to leave this as block colors and unshaded because I am understanding that like it's taken me nearly an hour to make one sprite. Yes, it's the first sprite and all the others can sort of lock into place from here, but still, you know. I love how bland she looks until you start adding like the... Okay, so it just didn't pick the colour. Adding the shorts and the hair. And the eyes. If it weren't for her shorts, hair and eyes, she would be awfully bland looking. But I like that some of the things that stand out the most on her are her like physical parts. That's good. Characterization wise. The Prodigal's Return. Who would this be? I'm trying to think what other 5 stars there are in the Xianzhou. Because whoever this is would definitely have still been Xianzhou. Or more specifically, Lafo. Huh. This sounds like Jingyuan still. So this might just be a like extra Shingon trailer. I don't remember if he had more than one. Oh, it could have also been Mbappe de Lune, or Dan Hong Il. Alright, nearly there. We'll see how Unity contends with having these in a second. Right. There she is. Oh. Right, so what's going to happen if I do this? Okay. Obviously I have to change the colliders a bit. But I'm not too displeased with that, honestly. Let's see how it plays though. Okay, so we're leaving it as multiple because apparently that. Uh oh. I'm gonna let that live. Alright. Where are the ground check and stuff? Right, so we have a slight problem. I seem to be incapable of jumping. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Did I also accidentally fix the wall jumping? I did. Okay. Sure. Right. Let's now save as. Let's make a elegance idle, and let's go elegance idle 1. Elegance idle 2. What we'll do is we'll just, I guess, sort of like just like bring the upper body down slightly. Okay, why are you doing it like that? What? Right, sure. Brackies, come back to me.
And if we now hit play, we can see our character is folder, clicking and drag. So let's try and select all 4 sprites, and let's simply click and drag them into our animation.
Idle. And then let's import these 3.
Window, and right away we can see that currently we have no animations in here. To change this, let's start by setting up some animation clips. To do this, we'll go to our scene view and select our player. We'll then open up our animation window. So we'll go under Window, Animation, and select Animation. And as you can see, it tells us that to begin animating the player, we need to create both an animator and an animation clip. We'll talk about the difference between the two in a sec. For now, let's just hit Create. And now we can choose where we want to save our animation. Right click and create a separate folder for this, and let's call it animation. Let's then double click this folder, and let's also rename this animation file to something like player, and then underscore the animation that we want to work on. This could be run, jump, or die. In our case, let's start with an idle animation. In other words, the animation that the player plays when he isn't really doing anything. We can then press save. So now we have this empty timeline here where we can drag in our animation sprites. Of course, the great thing about our character here is that he already comes with a bunch of images that we can use. So let's go and use some of that. Of course, if you want to download any of this, I will have a link for that in the description. We then go under artwork, sprites, and under the player, we can see that the sprites are split up into animation folders. So let's start by going under the idle folder, and here are 4 different images. If we just translate one of them, we can see a preview in the bottom right here. Of course, it's pretty tiny, but if I go ahead and move through the images, we can see that they are indeed animating our character. So let's translate all 4 sprites, and let's simply click and drag them into our animation window. And right away we can see that 4 keyframes has been added. We can also see that if I hit play, the animation plays ridiculously fast. The reason for this is that we need to change
Damn it.
the amount.
Why is she massive again? God damn it. Get back down there, you.
Amount of images that are displayed each second. Currently our samples are sprites, and let's simply click and drag them into our animation window. And right away we can see that 4 keyframes has been added. We can also see that if I hit play, the animation play.
I'm not seeing it play. Oh, there we go. That looks stupid. That looks fucking awful. Oops, language, sorry.
Is ridiculously fast. The reason for this is that we need to change the amount of images that are displayed each second. Currently our samples are set to 60. A pretty standard value for this here is something like 12. See, if we now play through, the animation looks much better.
Wait. Where is this FPS? Where is it? It's 12 seconds. How? How to add samples, Unity animation. How to alter FPS. Aha, there we go. Okay, so they just objectively didn't. Other than this animation being awful, this is fine. Unfortunately, this animation is awful. So I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna remake it in a second. We'll pop to the loo first, though. I don't really have any playlists that are likely to be copyright free.
I just graduated with a first. I can't believe it. The dream is to become a football journalist. And now I'm one step closer. Well done.
You didn't die, you're talking. Duh. Is the change too small to see? No, it's just okay. Uh-oh, he's got a gun. This is bad. This is a big issue. Massive problem here.
Better. I will even go.
Okay, so they called him Mr. Hands.
Timeline marker. And if we wanted to say
Is that just the same? Okay, so that's just the same Wikipedia page but in French.
they move around a few images, we can of course do that by simply clicking and dragging, or just press delete in order to remove one.
God. Why are you inclusive to the French? I know you are one, but that still seems a bit, you know. You sure are, bud.
But I'm just gonna leave my animation as is. And let's go ahead and set up a few other ones while we're at it. Let's go to where it says player idle here, and let's hit create new clip. Again, we want to make sure we do this inside the animation folder. And this time, let's create one called player underscore run. Now let's go on the
Okay, running. Run, run, run. Run away from the gun, gun, gun. I think the problem is that they probably don't have enough accuracy. I think that's going to be their main issue. They're missing out on some of that accuracy. They could be having quite a bit more. Exactly, like, I do think if they had, like, 2 or more accuracy, then they'd be doing a whole lot better, basically. Because could you imagine them if they had 3 accuracy? I can't even imagine. Exactly. I'm not naming names, but someone made a little bit of a mess of this. No idea who it could possibly have been. But I'm gonna have to fix it, like usual, honestly. Excuse me. The situation in America. Which situation? I would say the situation is America as a whole. Elon Ma. I think it's terribly funny. I really wish, like, you know when you're watching a TV show and you're like, this is really funny, these silly situations these characters are getting into. And you have the joy of being like, no one's actually getting hurt because this isn't real, thankfully. Okay, you know when you're watching RRR, famous Indian film, starring characters, and they are doing their wacky hijinks, such as fighting the tiger and fighting the entire British. You get the joy of being like, well, because that is real. That they didn't use any CGI or anything. Imagine that wasn't real. Because then you would be able to watch it being like, wow, these characters aren't getting hurt. There's no, like, danger. Which is what I really wish I could say about America. I really wish that was fictional. Like, that place. I would just be so much happier overall, I think. If it was just, like, gaslighting, as opposed to, you know, like, an actual location. Actually, as opposed to it being the location, you know? Oh, you know that's what I'm really good at. You know that's my forte. I've never actually had something I was better at than women. What I normally do for that, when that common occurrence happens, is, you get, you know those, like, gallon milk jugs? Oh wait, no, your dad wouldn't have, because normally the dad brings them back. So normally you would get one of those gallon milk jugs, and use that. But that does, yeah, that does require something you don't have. So, for you, I would say the best idea is to suck it up. And I don't mean that as in, like, stop crying. I mean that as in, like, literally, you or someone else suck it up. You could also stop crying as well, though. That is another. Well, hey. You didn't have to pay for it, so I'd count that as a win. Do you have to pay for... I don't know. Could you get that on the NHS? Damn, that sucks, man. Yeah, no, that does make sense that they wouldn't want to be associated now. Top hottest Valorant agents. Let me just finish this pose, and then yeah, I have been doing this for like a worrying amount of time. Well, not a worrying amount of time, considering I'm meant to be doing it for longer. But yeah, no, give me a sec. Excuse me. It is the optimum strategy. I think they just don't want you to, you know, them. They, them, even. As God intended. Yeah, how about instead of making drunk driving illegal, they just make walking in the middle of the road on a red light as a family of 4 illegal? Checkmate, liberals. You've got 2016 parasitical rolling in his grave with that one. Go away, Opera GX. The browser for gamers. Oh yeah, who are we sponsored by today? Korean, you left the prompt in there. Nature's Delight, no way. What kind of ingredients are there? It says natural ingredients. What kind of ingredients? What kind of natural ingredients? Yeah, can you focus on the rumors that there is crude oil in your granola bars? It was granola bars, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's been rumors that there's crude oil in them.
Don't miss out and level up. cdkeys.com. Pay less, game more.
You go straight from the AI generated responses to just screaming. That's perfect. Flippin' X, I got right. Have to close now. Okay, we're just gonna do these in order. Let's stop the music for now, even though that is peak. Right, Astra. Maybe with like a C tier. No, not particularly true. Brimstone. Also probably C tier, I'd say. That's not that's Breach, right? No, Brimstone's A tier. French guy, D tier. Clove, B tier. Cypher, B tier. Gecko, C tier. Tyler, A tier. Kai, Beta Jet, Beta KO, Beta Killjoy. I need to make a triple S. No, not save. No, not save. Don't save the webpage. There we go. An A. I think we like just going straight, you know, straight vibes. Funny, he's the only one with a white background. Where are you on the tier list? I'd say an S. I'd say an S. Not triple S. You're not quite there yet because you are half French. But if you could get rid of that half, then you could definitely make it to triple S. Let me see what this Discord notification is whilst I'm taking this little break. They've got pizza at the uni right now. It's free pizza, yeah. You should come grab some at the uni whilst I'm at my flat. Right, God. This is... yeah, brother. It's such a shame that our president is also going to deport you, but you know, it's sacrifices you have to make. You are one of them. He's gonna use it to... I don't know, he's gonna use it so that he can see Kale more. I mean, sorry, so that he can have a totally natural autistic twitch that every autistic person would totally have. I don't know what everyone's up in the arms about. It's totally a normal autistic trait to see Kale. I probably shouldn't even just... Like, I'll probably even just get banned from Twitch for just saying that, actually. So let's not say that again. Exactly. If I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube, I don't think either of them particularly likes the Nazis. Well, actually, I'm not sure either of them openly particularly likes the Nazis. Who knows about the internal machinations? Exactly, like, I think people need to realise that billionaires are people too. And they also need to realise that if you're really nice to a billionaire, they will give you £10 million. Hello, V. Oh yeah, that should not be there. Should be here. And here. Uh-oh, not another ad. Hey, welcome in. Tyler, just wondering, so with the Pure Crunch cereal, just wondering about the requirement to say that there's no bugs in it. Is that like just sort of a legal thing you have to do, or like what's the like deal there?
Hasn't been easy for our natural world, but here are some moments of hope. Kenya's black right.
Pepperoni fashion. Succulent pepperoni. Melted mozzarella.
No bug. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure there weren't any bugs in Pure Crunch cereal. How deep are we gonna sink before we know we'll be losing our dreams? How deep before we all fade away? Where do we go? Where we are? I think someone's smoking something outside. No more questions? Okay, you got it. I'm very good at not asking questions. That's why I fucked it. Lost in the hollow. I know it's hard to see the end. Run. Better run. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Burn in the night like wildfire. Following the train upon and following the star. Never been another compared in my life. Fighting for the ones that are lost in the hollow. I know it's hard to see the end.
Hypergel helps break the cycle of
Let's grab another stream safe music playlist. Wow. $12 sounds good. That's about how long I'll be here. Excuse me. So let's see what we got so far. Minor issue. I've been serving it wrong. Thanks, it's lovely to hear. Why have I done this? So yeah, all of these frames have ended up being the same frame because I messed up. It's fine, it's only an hour's work. So, I was confused as to whether those birds were in this video or outside. They are in the video. Can't believe they're using my favourite instrument, the robin.
Step into Wix Studio, the web platform for agencies and enterprises. Where creative freedom
I think there were a couple. Didn't they put them on Instagram? I love creating May Eater. Bro. Yeah, I'll come on your podcast. It actually depends. What do we get to talk about in your podcast? Is it right? So it's called that, but what do we talk about? Do we? All right. Okay, I feel like if anyone's more likely to cry about their childhood, it's you. Okay. We could do that, I just don't think my half is going to be that interesting. Like, it may be sponsored by Honey Nut Cheerios, but what if instead we use Pure Crunch cereal? The one with no bugs. Oh, you know, I get that they don't sponsor you, but like... So? Contract schmontract.
Everyone around here agrees working with Fiverr freelancers is terrific. And who came up with
Honestly, that doesn't look awful. All I gotta do first is 1280 point, no compression, blah. So let's just delete that.
Our run folder, Let's select all of our sprites and drag them in. Again, we want to decrease our samples to 12, and if we now play, we can see our character is running. Let's quickly do this for the crouch animation as well. So player underscore crouch, we'll go into the crouch folder, select both of them, and drag them in. Again, we'll set the samples to 12. Again, the animation plays fine. And finally, let's add our jump animation. Player underscore jump, we'll go into the jump folder, select both sprites, drag them in, change the samples to 12, and if you try and play this one, you'll notice that it looks kind of weird. The reason is that our jump animation is made up of only 2 keyframes, one for when we're going upwards, and one for when we're falling back down. I would of course go in and create these as 2 different animations. However, I think that's just overcomplicating things. Instead, I'm just going to go in and change the samples to a much lower value, like 2. I think this is going to change our sprite around the time when we're at the peak of our jump, but we'll see that later. So now we've set up all 4 animation clips. And if we go into the animation folder, we can see all of them here. Player idle, player crouch, run, and jump. And we can also see another file in here, simply called player, which has a different icon. This is what we call the animator controller. The animator controller is called a controller because it controls what animations to play. If we double click this, it's going to open up in our animator window. So here we notice that one of our windows is called animation. This is where we create our actual animations. And another one is called the animator because this is what
I just need to look. Wow. Wow, I'm back. He must go now. Uh-oh. Will do.
Controller because it controls what animations to play. If we double click this, it's going to open up in our animator window. So here we notice that one of our windows is called animation. This is where we create our actual animations. And another one is called the animator because this is where we choose what animations we want to play. Simply call play. Go in and change the samples to a much lower value like 2. I think this is going to change our sprite around the time when we're at the peak of our jump. But we'll see that later. So now we've set up all 4 animation clips. If we go into the animation folder, we can see all of them here. Player idle, player crouch, run, and jump. And we can also see another file here, simply called player, which has a different icon. This is what we call the animator controller. The animator controller is called a controller because it controls what animations to play. If we double click this, it's going to open up in our animator window. So here we notice that one of our windows is called animation. This is where we create our actual animations. And another one is called the animator because this is where we choose what animations we want to play. And in here we can also see that it's already added our 4 animation clips. We can now drag these around and arrange them in any way that we would like. And if for some reason one of them isn't in here for you, you can always take an animation clip from the project and simply drag it in. And you can of course also select and remove it. You notice here that currently the player idle is marked as orange. And it's connected with this arrow going from the green entry state. The reason for this is that the idle animation is currently our default animation. In other words, it's what will begin playing right when we start our game. So if we were to now hit play, we can see our player starts playing the idle animation right away. And even though we move around and jump and try and crouch,
Okay, there we go.
it's just going to keep playing idle. In fact, if we select our player and go under the animator, we can see the animation looping right here. So let's stop playing, and we now start to create transitions from the idle animation to double clicks. By the way, if you want to set another animation as the default, you can always right click and hit set as layer default state, and that's simply going to change it. So whenever we start running, we of course want to change from the idle animation to our run animation, and we do this using what is called a transition. So if we take our player run here and just place it underneath our idle animation, we then right click on our idle and hit make transition, and we now get this arrow that we can drag out to the other animation clips. If we then click player run, we've created a transition from our idle to our run animation. And if we select this transition, we can change when and how we want it to occur. So the first thing that we need here is to add a condition, because we don't want our transition to just play right away. We only want it to play in the case that we are actually moving. But currently our animator has no idea whether our character is moving or not. To change this, we use something called a parameter. So if we go to the left here, we see that we have 2 tabs, layers and parameters. We want to go under parameters and hit the plus sign, and here we can now create a new parameter. We're going to create a float, and this float is going to represent our player's speed. So we'll call it speed, and we'll just default it to 0. Then under our condition, we can now hit the plus sign to create a new condition on our transition. And here we can say that we only want to transition to our run animation if our speed is greater than, and then we'll just input some small number like 0.01. In other words, if we start moving, well then we want to transition to a run animation. We also want to go in here and make sure that this transition is immediate. In other words, we don't want something called exit time, where we wait for the animation to stop playing before we start playing a new one. No, we simply want to transition as soon as we start moving. Something we can disable that. Let's also go under settings, and you can choose the duration of our transition. This is not something that you often use when creating 2D games, but it's used all the time to blend between animations in 3D games. But for us, again, we want this to be completely immediate, so we'll go ahead and set the transition duration to 0. Of course, we also want to be able to transition back from our run animation. Currently, we will only be able to go from idle to run, and then even though we stop moving, it will still play a run animation. So we'll go in here and right-click and make a new transition. This one is going to go to idle. Let's select our transition and add a new condition. This time we only want to transition if the speed is less than, and then we'll again add a tiny number here, so 0.01. Again, we don't want any exit time, and under settings, we'll set the transition duration to 0. And now our animator should actually work with these two animations. In fact, if we take our animator and drag it to the right here, and then try to hit play, we can see that by default it plays the idle animation, but if I then go and change the speed, say set it to 1, our character starts running, and as soon as I set it back to 0, it goes right back to idle. So now all we need to do is change the speed parameter through our script, and that is actually fairly easy. So if we now select our player, and if you haven't watched the video where we set our player movement, we're basically using two scripts. One is the character controller that takes care of all the physics that go into making our character move, and the second one is a much simpler player movement script, where we simply tell the player when to move and at what speed. So let's go ahead and open up this player movement script. And the first thing that we want is to be able to access our animator. Luckily, if you have a look in Unity, we can see that when we started creating animations for our player, Unity actually added an animator component to our player. And we don't need to do any adjustments in here. We can just see that the component is actually referencing the controller. And so that's why whenever we make a change to our animator controller, it applies to our player. So now we just need to be able to control our animator through our player movement script. And to do that, we need to reference it. So we'll go in here and create a public animator, and we'll just call it animator. And that's basically it. If we now save this and go into Unity, we can see that we have this empty animator field, and this is where we can drag in our animator component. So now every time we write animator in our script, we can access this component right here. And so if we go into the update function where we get our movement, we can actually go in here and write animator dot set float, and then we give it the name of the float that we want to set. Remember, this is the name of our parameter. So inside of our animator, we can see that the name of our parameter is speed, and notice that this has a capital S. So inside of our script, we can then write speed with a capital S like this, and then comma, and then we can give it the value that we want. In our case, we wanted to give it our current horizontal speed of our character, which is this horizontal move variable right here. So we'll simply write horizontal move and close it off with a semicolon. But there is a tiny mistake in here, and that is that our horizontal movement will be positive whenever we're going to the right, and it will actually be negative whenever we're moving to the left. And we want our speed variable to always be positive. So to change that, we can go ahead and use a handy little function called mathf.abs for absolute. So this is going to take the value and make sure that it's always positive. So if we now save this and go into Unity and hit play,
The Amazon is the largest rainforest in the world, thought to be home to 10% of known species.
sure that it's always positive. So if we now save this and go into Unity and hit play, we can see that as soon as we start moving, our character is going to play the run animation, and as soon as we stop, he goes right back to idling. Awesome. Now we want to be able to jump no matter what animation is currently playing. So whether we're idling or running, we always want to be able to jump off the ground. And so we could go in here and create a transition from each single clip to our jump animation. But as we add more clips, that would quickly become very tedious. So instead we can use this any state right here. And this basically allows us to create transitions from, well, any state. So no matter if we're idling or running, we can transition to our jump animation using this node here. So I'm just going to take this and drag it down and drag the entry up here to get it out of the way, and take our jump animation and drag it over here. Now we can transition from any state
RZX502 just followed.
Hey, thank you for following. How's it going? Grills. This is, I am currently working on a jumping asset for the Global Game Jam. I'm just going to redraw that, I think. So it's very explicitly not an underage girl. No, you're supposed to do that. Does that work? Nope. Damn. Control Shift I. No, can't do that. Trim to selection. Oh. Right. Let's just go back in here. We'll do this. We will do this ourselves. Actually, let's just go to this line. So I don't get a headphone dent. And also I like the way it makes my hair look. Oh, I am sure there is. I think I'll just redraw it again. Oh yeah? Anything in particular? Do you have any release projects? All right. Yes, this layer. You know, I've tried working in Blender before. I never, to be fair, it was a good few years ago. I did struggle to, especially with characters. But then I didn't have any of the art knowledge I have now. So it was more of a, I mean, it was a school project. But as a character artist, since I couldn't, no, I made a, God, that looks stupid. I made a pistol and like a basic character model. To be fair, the issues I had weren't with the UI, it was more with my understanding of art at the time. Obviously with this being a 48-hour game jam, I'm not gonna learn 3D art again, and I'm also not really gonna go for the highest quality graphics. Sure. Where was the other arm meant to be? Oh yeah? You know, I only ever got to the head. To be fair, at the time, I wasn't really even working on a project for it. It was just weird. Right, yeah, I imagine so. I do plan on giving it another try, but like, I've only started to learn 2D art the last year. So yeah, but when I get back into, I do have some 3D game development plans, so I'll obviously need to. I mean, I disagree. I think there are a lot of ways that 2D does well. Like, for games specifically. Well, yeah, but there are also plenty of other types of artists that post and get commissioned regularly. But I mean, I'm not planning on doing 2D art for commission or anything. The reason I'm learning is for a bunch of, obviously, game projects and a couple comics I want to work on. This isn't... I can just move the eyes. Well, I do think there's definitely a space for 2D. I mean, if you look at like Van Ripper's projects, those would probably be the biggest inspiration 2D wise for games. But there is definitely a lot you can do. Excuse me. I'm gonna shorten this down actually. Actually, why did I even do that? That is the colour that's meant to be.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website. And
Alright, eyes. I sure am. How's it going, Eden? How's your day going? Let's move that down. Oh yeah, what are you working on exactly? I mean, obviously, I imagine clothing somehow, but wait, what specifically are you working on? Oh yeah. Sounds nice. Honestly, I might just... So, is that stuff for your, like, workplace, Eden? Or is that, like a personal project? Fair enough.
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today. Fiverr. Start now.
That's pretty good, I think. So I wanted to try. Yeah, I can basically do that. Why is that all blue? Oh, so it'll be from the trousers. From the shorts. Right, let's start with this. Sorry, I just didn't. Alright. So what are your, like, obviously you don't have to answer anything. What are your, like, plans at the moment with all that stuff? Have you got plans of just keeping at it for a while and then do you want to, like, open a business, or what's your, like, game plan, I guess? Fair enough, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, it's good to have a good hobby like that. Especially when it's something you actually enjoy. Like, I'm so glad that I found game development and art and writing and all that creative stuff, because even though I don't, you know, use it to make any money at the moment, I've got that option. You make custom Christmas stockings. That's lovely, yeah. It's also just going to be great to have those skill sets. That's nice. So what, I forget if you said yesterday, what kind of place is it that you're working at? I know you said it was like on an island or something, or by the bit. I forget what you said. No, I mean you're on an island, but I forget what you said about your workplace. Oh wow. That sounds great. Well, yeah. Sounds like you're doing a great thing volunteering.
Did you know that traditional honey collection in central India involves using fire and sometimes chopping a tree branch?
But do you have any idea what you want to do, like, a few years down the line? Or do you see yourself sticking with that kind of stuff? Okay. Yeah. And would that be a paid position or just like a higher level of volunteer work? Oh, nice. And is that something you'd be like happy doing, do you think? Or like, I guess, do you have like an end goal of like career, I guess? What you want to end up doing for like the majority of your life, or are you still big existential questions on today's stream, but all right. I mean, obviously, to go for what's gonna be the most fulfilling for you. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's great to hear. When I was just straight out of college, when I was working at Greg's, I hated it, so it's definitely a good idea to find some. Oh, not even a good idea. It's definitely great if you can find something you enjoy, and that sounds like you do. So, if you can get into that, that sounds like it would be perfect. Right. I mean, you never know. It would obviously depend on like staffing and stuff, but I'm sure if they saw you, you know, working hard, being an active member of the community, I imagine is a big part of it, which it sounds like you're doing a good job at. So I wouldn't put yourself away from something like that. It's never going to hurt to give it a go. There we go. Now I've just got to make a crouch and a slide.
To jump, and of course, it's from, well, any state.
CEO of Charity. You could become Mr. Charity.
Control our animator through our player movement script. And to do that, we need to reference it. They should now start to create always another file in here. Falling back 12, and if you try and play this one, you'll notice that it looks kind of weird. The reason is that our jump animation is made up of only 2 keyframes.
Let's get this in. Projects. Import. Pictures. More cat pictures.
Frames. One for when we are going upwards, and one for when we are falling back down. Now we could of course go ahead and create these as 2 different animations. However, I think that's just overcomplicating things. Instead, I'm just going to go ahead and change the sandwich to a much lower value, like 2. I think this is going to change us right around the time when we're at the peak of our jump, but we'll see that later. So now we've set up all 4 animation clips. And if we go into the not jumping, 8 to go in here and create a transition from each single clip to our jump animation. But as we add more clips, that would quickly become very tedious. So instead we can use this any state right here. And this basically allows us to create transitions from, well, any state. So no matter if we're idling or running, we can transition to our jump animation using this node here. So I'm just going to take this and drag it down and drag the entry up here to get it out of the way, and take our jump animation and drag it over here. Now we can transition from any state to jump, and of course we still need to go in here and specify a condition, otherwise we're just going to be jumping all the time. And for this condition we need a new parameter. So let's hit the plus sign, and this time we want it to be a type code. Are we jumping or not? We'll call this is jumping. And we'll just set it to false by default, and then under the condition here we can hit the plus sign. This time we don't want to check for speed, instead we want to check if is jumping is true. And again, if it is, we don't want any exit time, and we also want to set the transition duration to 0. Of course we also want to be able to transition back from jumping, so let's go ahead and create a transition to the player idle here, and we only want this to play if we are currently not jumping, so is jumping is false, and our current speed is currently less than 0.01. And so this is really cool. We can add as many conditions to these transitions as we want. Let's also add one to play run, so we'll make another transition here, and this one we want to play in the case that again we are not jumping, so is jumping is false, and the speed is currently greater than 0.01. Again, we want to make sure to go through both these transitions and set has exit time to false and the transition duration to 0, and the same for the other one. And now our animator should be set up. Of course, we still need to make sure to control our is jumping parameter through our script. And if we go into our movement script, we can see that we currently get some input for whether or not we want to jump. And of course, we can go in here and set jumping to true. So we'll go animator dot set all this time because it's a boolean parameter that we want to change. The parameter is jumping, and here we want to set it to true. However, we actually don't have a way of knowing when we want to stop jumping. Because all we're doing here is really giving our player controller input. There's no place in our code where we have anything about actually landing again. To get around this, I've gone ahead and added a bit of extra code to our character controller. If we select our player and open up the character controller, we can see that there's a section here called events. And in here, there's an on-land event. Events basically allows us to trigger certain functionality when something occurs. In this case, this event will be triggered whenever our character lands on the ground.
Let me select the
And so we use these to tell our player movement when to stop jumping. To do that, we need to go in and create a separate function for this. We'll create a void. We'll call it something like on landing. We'll open and close in parentheses, and the same with some curly brackets. And in here, all we want to do is tell our animator to stop jumping. So we'll go animator.setBall is jumping, and we'll set it to false. And this will work just fine, but in order for our event to be able to see this function, we need to mark it as public. And this might look a bit strange to you. Normally people associate public with variables, but we can actually make functions public as well. If we now save this and go into GUI, we can add a new on-land event, so we'll hit the plus sign here, and here we can feed in a component, so we want the player movement component, and then we can go and choose a particular function. We'll go under the player movement script, and in here we can now see our new on-landing function. Currently happening is that whenever we're jumping, it's actually just transitioning to jump over and over and over again, and so it's stuck on the very first part of that animation. If we remove that, it will only transition to jump once, and then play the jump animation, and then as soon as it's done, it will either go idling or... And then we can go and set it to... If we select that and then play the game, we should see that whenever we jump, it plays our jump animation, and as soon as we land, it transitions right.
Let's see if this works. see, it's not doing that for me. Why is this not transitioning then? Maybe that. Okay. What I might do is just put, first of all, I don't like that being there. And we're just going to put if input dot get button down jump then true. That's the wrong thing. Right, so right now it's... Let's turn this off. And attach these to the player. Okay. So right now it's only working if you're airborne. Right, because I imagine... Actually, wait, no. I can solve this, I think, by just sticking this up here, because then in the priority, it should... down. So having it turned back on is grounded is going to be the problem, right? Let me just double check that. So what would be a better way to transition back? I've got an idea. Okay, convoluted way of doing it. This should work, I think. We'll see. That's working pretty perfect for my eyes. You could stay in the jump animation if you perfectly jump upon landing. But I think if I just added 0 down here. Okay, that's too much. 5. Basically, I'm just trying to find now what the speed of picking up off the ground is, because I need to be off the ground by the time it first checks. it's much more difficult to B-hop now. Okay. I'm gonna mark that as complete. I'm gonna go get some lunch. Actually, no. I'll finish this first.
Back. Super cool. You'll also see that for some reason it only plays the first frame of our jump animation, and the reason for that is that if you go to our animator and check the transition going to our jump, and then go under settings, it's currently set to can transition to self. So what's currently happening is that whenever we're jumping, it's actually just transitioning to jump over and over and over again, and so it's stuck on the very first part of that animation. If we remove that, it will only transition to jump once, and then play the jump animation, and then as soon as it's done, it will either go idling or running. So if we play the game with that change, we can see that our jump animation works perfectly. And the final thing that we want to go in here and add is the crouch animations. Let's drag this to the side of here, and first we want to be able to crouch from idling, so we'll add items.
Honestly, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna change this to 12. Because I think I want a set height of jump. Not just to make this easier, but mainly to make this easier. Let's see how this looks. Okay, that is too fast.
Transition to crouch here. Let's select it, and let's.
Crouch is another asset I'm going to have to draw, and slide is another asset I'm going to have to draw, but... Right, so I have got those the wrong way around. Right, and then, actually, what I can do is I can just sort of do this, and that way if I ever want her to fall, it'll be locked into that frame for a while. That looks good enough. Right. I'm gonna go grab some food. I'm just gonna have some soup. Shouldn't take too long to make, and yeah, so I'm gonna stick back on this music.
With Google Workspace, Drive lets you easily search your files, making videos, PDFs, and over 100 other file types accessible from wherever you are. That's secure storage made easy with Google Workspace.
start with nature, then bake it bold and crunchy. Jordan's bursting with bite.
Are you really going to skip me, a living legend?
Gladiators! We are back!
This is my game, this is what I do, and I'm not messing about.
I'm so glad I'm not a contender.
I want taken out of prisoners.
New Pantene Molecular Bond Repair Miracle Cream. The ultimate hair regeneration. The power of 5 benefits in one. To nourish, strengthen, repair split ends, protect from heat, soften. Thousands of pro-vitamin pearls releasing millions of nutrients. Hair is up to 100% regenerated.
So how's it going?
Yeah, I'm getting up early.
Tammy's just spent several years in prison. Could you help her adapt to life outside and reduce the risk of her reoffending? An extraordinary job, done by someone like you. Search probation jobs now.
Step into Wix Studio, the web platform for agencies and enterprises.
In a world where the sky is not the limit, our brave cadets will go to limitless lengths.
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today. Fiverr. Start now.
Did you know that traditional honey collection in central India involves using fire and sometimes chopping off tree branches to get to the honey? Often resulting in bees dying and devastating forest fires, affecting the wildlife habitats as well as harvesters being stung. So we've been working with local...
Okay. Back once again. Let's change up this music. Ugh. Let's just put on the Undertale soundtrack. At least I know that's copyright free. Alright, so I want a crouching now. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Yo, no way. How's it going, Max? It's been a long time. Yeah, no, I'm studying games development at university. Also, by the sounds of things. That's crazy. Don't want the PNG. Yes, the theme is Bubble, which is something I've not yet integrated into my game. However, I of course plan on doing so a bit further in. It's 48 hours, so actually 45 minutes and 24 hours now. Current idea, just a silly little, so I'm making a platformer with, hopefully with a little bit of run and gunner shootery type stuff, and then to incorporate Bubble, it's sort of going to be running through a bunch of like Bubble universes of old projects that I never ended up completing or working on properly, in order to, like, I don't know, give myself a reason that they existed, and also to do something, like, to, like, the main thesis is to actually get me to start work on the projects that I want to at the moment. but right now I'm just doing the character animations, or trying to. Where are my tools? Where have my tools gone? What the hell? God, I've got way too many projects that I'm not working on. But I'm getting there with starting to. Tools. There we go. Yeah, God, I to be honest, when it comes to like Blender modeling stuff, I always struggled with that. I could never really get into the 3D side of things. But I mean, like, obviously, if you feel like it's hard because, like, I imagine you've probably got the same issues that I have, where it's like you want the project to be perfect, but if you start it now, you fear you don't have the expertise to make it perfect yet. Yeah, like, because I took last year to do to teach myself art and stuff, because I feel like that was a problem. I've technically released a game. I've released a game demo, but I wasn't happy with like the art and stuff in it, because I really didn't have any art experience back then, other than pretty much what we did in Lancing Prep. So I spent the time to go learn that, and that's been very good, but then I still haven't like made anything since then, which obviously is not besides the point, which is obviously not the point that I should be aiming at there, really. That's a crouch. It's probably fine. So I would want to turn that way, and Oh god, yeah. Nah, it can be. I had a thing like that actually with this game jam, where I did a bunch of changes to this sprite for the running animation, but I was like saving them over each other accidentally. So when I came to look at what I'd made, I just had the most recent one. So I decided, right, not gonna redo all of that, and I just pivoted away. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that sucks. I can't. But yeah, after I've done all of these sprite animations, I've got a... I think after that I'm going to do enemies like as quick as I can. And then I need to actually add the like bubble aspect to actually fit with the theme. Because otherwise it's all a little bit pointless. Have a good one too. It's great to speak to you again.
Lola, love every bit.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access.
Go Opera GX. I mean, for now,
now need to turn the light on in my room.
It's probably fine.
Ban the bot, 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 and ban the bot, ban the bot,
bot, ban the bot, ban 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 the bot, ban the bot, ban the bot, ban 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 the bot, ban the bot, ban 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 ban. Ban the bot, ban 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 the bot, ban the bot, ban 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 ban. I tell my mama I'll make it
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand.
It's time to paint the town blue. Discover the new arcane metal posters. Stand for
On God! How's it going, Kai? Who else up gaming? They jam right now. How many monsters are you hunting, though? No way. Best monster hunter. He is the best hunter. Is this Abyss? Question mark?
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limited...
Shut up, Opera GX advert. Give me Undertale soundtrack. I know. Look, I'm not paying YouTube money more than I already do by watching ads. I'm not paying YouTube money out of my wallet to skip 5 seconds. Maybe every now and again I have to skip 20, but like... I hope you like stream of Luke humming the Undertale soundtrack whilst he draws elegance in a slide. in a slide, sliding. You know what I mean?
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and
Uh-huh.
it's killing team productivity.
It's killing team productivity. Huh.
No way. Yeah, get done. I'm doing Global Game Jam for my uni. Yeah, do not steal. My own crazy original game jam. Yeah, there's an in-person site at my uni as well. But I got my drawing tablet and all my programs and stuff on my PC, so I came back here. My game, as of right now, it's just a platformer, but I plan on making it, realistically, don't plan on finishing it during this game jam. Don't think that's going to happen. But the idea is the Bubble Bath of Forgotten Dreams, which is basically a place where the in-game version of me chucked Elegance because it didn't know what project to put her in. And she's basically annoyed that she's getting stuffed into a filler project and not something proper. So she goes and fights my procrastination through all of the projects that I've ever not finished in order to get me to actually finish a project. Yeah, again, I don't think I'm gonna get it done. But I plan on finishing it outside of the game jam. Right. So technically you can go from any state to slide. Is sliding. And we can go from idle or run into... Let's just go any state as well. God, this is a nightmare. Is crouching. If is crouching is true and is sliding is false. No exit time, no transition. Banned from transitioning. Is crouching is false. If is sliding is false. Then we want... So if it is crouching, then... I mean, no, because I could do that there. Surely I can... If crouching right now, then boom, boom. That might do it, who knows? Okay. Let's fix that. And that. Okay. It's like... So they unfortunately are airborne. They're working perfectly. Almost. What I'll do is if crouching right now and sliding is false, then I will set crouching to true. Let's pull out the scene view. Hell yeah. Okay. So that's all working perfectly. But also not. I'm gonna pop to the loo, 1 second. fix this. Now, one way that I can see works like this. Let's see if this works.
France never accept a free rate.
So this should be sort of the best I'm going to get. But now the ceiling collider doesn't care. Well, I mean, this works, right? Nope, okay. So we jump, we jump. We can crawl around. Looking like a little gremlin. We can do a crazy slide. Can't put decimals in there. Okay. Honestly, I'm good with that.
This is going to be the most productive year of your life. And here's how. 2025 is about
I hate this guy.
not harder. That's why we need the latest pattern.
I mean, I guess more specifically, I hate the adverts he's taken part in, but Jesus Christ.
In this video, we'll try and find our path to some solid 2D pathfinding in Unity. Now, the Unity navigation system doesn't actually support 2D, so instead we'll be using the A-Star Pathfinding project to quickly and easily set up an enemy that will find the shortest path available to our player. The A-Star Pathfinding project is of course completely free, and the best part is that we'll be able to do it all without writing in code. After that, we'll have a look at how you can achieve the same thing by writing your own custom scripts. And the cool thing about this is that you'll be able to extend and modify it in any way that you'd like to fit your AI needs. But first, this video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community.
Hey look, I'm on a very limited time, okay? It makes sense to go on 2 times speed to get through it quicker.
Here we'll go to download, we'll navigate to bird here, which is basically just a sprite renderer with an idle animation. Currently it does nothing and will not chase our player at all. So let's go ahead and change that with some AI path.
Oh, excuse me. Right, new file. 32 by 32. Here we go down to that pixel brush. People bubble, cool. Remove that background and save as bubble base. Bubble base. Right, so we just want some simple stuff for this really. We're gonna go very light blue for an outline. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna, this is a sort of failsafe that I'm making right now. If I fail to create any of the other stuff that I want to make, I will have a bubble. Why will I have a bubble? God knows. But I'll have a bubble. Hubble bubble, toilet trouble. There it is. And then this shouldn't be too difficult to animate, honestly. Save as B1. So just do this. No, not 12. Bloody hell. Excuse me. So you have yeah, that's a fair enough animation, honestly.
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features that up your game.
Okay, cool. We've got my enemy now. Let's actually just animate it now, sooner rather than later. Of course, this will be named Blubble Blobble, or Bubble Blobble, naturally. I'm just going to sort of repeat that, I think. Back to 3, back to 2, back to 1. Honestly, there we go. Set this to maybe 10. Put it down here. Not 10. Oh, okay, didn't change. Nice to know. Honestly, that looks good. That's my first enemy. Simple as. Let me just check the animator. It's just going to be on awake, continuously doing that. Cool. That's all I needed to do. Okay, I'm back here, brackies.
First of all, we need to visit the website for the A-Star Pathfinding project. I'll of course have a link to this in the description. Here we'll go to download, we'll navigate to the free version, and we'll hit the download button.
Download. Free download.
You should download a small zip file that we can then open up, and in here should be a folder containing a Unity package. Let's go ahead and double click that, and it should load right into Unity. Here we can see all the stuff included. Most of these are scripts that we are going to be using.
Okay, we're waiting now. You know what that means? Block blast time. Oh, never mind.
Let's just go ahead and import everything.
Import everything, okay. Now this will take a while, surely. At least long enough to blast some blocks, if you get what I mean. Looks like that's all done. You know what they say, one door opens, another one closes. You know what they also say? Help. Also, I got that saying completely the wrong way around, didn't I? Oh well.
Okay, project should be in somewhere. Let's just create a new folder called imports. Stick that in there.
And once that's done, we are ready to set up pathfinding. To do this, let's go to the hierarchy, let's create an empty object, and let's rename this to a star. You can call it anything you want.
Okay, well if I can call it anything I want, I'm calling it the same thing you called it, sir. Because I don't trust myself with naming conventions. Although I've been pretty good with this game, to be fair. It's weird thinking that we've only just passed the halfway point. Excuse me.
I'm just going to place it at the top here, and I'm going to reset the transform. This object is going to be the central part of our pathfinding system, and it's going to define in what areas our AI can navigate. So let's go ahead and add a new component, and let's search for Pathfinder. Let's hit enter, and this is going to create the A-star path script. You can go under graphs, and you can see that we can now create a new graph. We're going to create a simple grid graph, which, as the name suggests, is just going to lay out a grid on top of our level, and then check for each grid cell whether or not there's something blocking it. Of course, we're working in 2D, so I'm going to go ahead and check the 2D box right here. And now if we go into the scene view, we should see a very tiny grid graph. Let's go ahead and make this a lot bigger. So I'm going to switch into my scale tool, and I'm just going to simply click and drag to increase the size of this. Let's just have it fit pretty much our entire level here. We also want to go down here and check use 2D physics, and we can leave the collider type at circle, but I want to increase the diameter here to something like 1.3. And this basically just means that it will try and overlay a circle on top of each of these nodes to see if it collides with anything. And that circle is going to have a diameter of 1.3. We also want to define a layer for all the objects that we don't want our player to be able to pass through. We can do this with the obstacle layer mask. As you can see by default, it's set to nothing. Let's go ahead and go to our environment. I'm just going to select my middle tile map here. This could also just be a bunch of objects. It doesn't have to be a tile map. And as you can see, I've currently set this to the layer obstacle. Remember, you can always go in and add a new layer, test layer, and then go back to your object and assign it to that layer. I'm just going to leave this one at obstacle. Then inside of our A-star object, we can set the obstacle layer mask to include the obstacle layer. And now, if you go ahead and hit the scan button, you can see that A-star is going to generate a navigation grid for for us. Of course, all the areas that are blue are places that our enemy can navigate, and places that have red squares are marked as obstacles, and our enemy won't be able to move them. Now with this setup, I'm just going to hide the graph here so that it isn't overlaid when we're working with the objects, and we are now ready to set up our bird. To do this, let's go ahead and create an empty object. Let's call this object enemy, and let's parent our bird to that object. We can then reset the transform on our bird, and you should now have two objects stacked like this. The reason why I'm doing this is that I want to separate our graphics, which is the bird here. Let's go ahead and rename it to bird graphics, and the logic of our enemy into two different objects. This is super cool because it allows us to offset our graphics in any way that we'd like, and easily change them out without having to modify our enemy object. Now to quickly get our enemy moving around the scene, there's a default script that we can go ahead and use. It's called AI Path. Let's select that, and as you can see, it's going to automatically add a secret script, which is something that we'll need for all AI objects, as well as the AI path script itself. The secret script is responsible for generating a path to the target, and the AI path will control the secret script and start moving our object in that direction. And we'll leave most of the settings here as is. I'm just going to go ahead and change the orientation from Z-axis for 3D games to Y-axis for 2D games. And right away, you can see that this circle appears around our enemy. We can of course adjust the radius of this if we want our enemy to be bigger when moving around. We can also adjust the max speed. I'm just going to set that to 3. And finally, we can adjust how close our enemy should be to a waypoint on our path before it starts to focus on the next one. I'm just going to set this to something like 1.2. You can see the circle here. That should work for now. Of course, I could go ahead and hit play here, but you'll see that the only thing that really happens is that our bird flies straight to the ground. The reason for this is that it's currently set to use gravity. So let's just go ahead and disable that. It's also not flying towards our player because we haven't marked our player as a target. To do this, we want to add a destination setter component. This takes in a target. Let's just drag in the player here, and that's pretty much all we need to do. If we just hit play now, you can see that immediately our bird starts moving towards our player. And
That's perfect, actually. Oh, get you baited. Actually outplayed. You can't get me under here. I'm really happy with, I've only just realised, I'm really happy with the way the hair looks when you're moving. Because the hair's got those 4 separate states between, like, so moving's like that, still is like that, still that way, still that way. When you turn, it goes through this actually, like, fairly fluid motion of moving it. Now, obviously, I'd prefer that the, you know, if this were a proper model, it would be, you know, the coloured sides would stay the same, as opposed to what I've got, where it's flipping.
Right, before I continue with that, there's a... Oh.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay. So I need to add a...
Need to add a break. I just sort of also piloted that. No idea if that's, like, correct. Okay, I auto-piloted it and it looks like that just works. That's great. So I could jump over it, I can So all I have to do is jump over it, and then if it's up, then I can slide under it. That's actually, genuinely, I am very pleased with this. Ignore that you can do that. Uh-oh. I should add a kill box down there. Let's just try a build. Build profile. Build. Test. Build 1. Let's give this a go. So I don't need to actually build this until tomorrow, obviously, but making sure that things are actually as they should be in the, in build as well as in, well, not build is important. Crazy universal render pipeline going ham. Okay. Hell yeah. So it's obviously straight back and stuff. Like, I need to redo that. I will do that later though. Let me check though. Is it because I... No, it's definitely in the bottom half. That's annoying. Maybe if I just do like a... that. Like a single black pixel on opacity 1. That could possibly fix it anyway. That's not what I'm actually going to do. But, yeah. And the way the bubble looks is good as well. I'm happy with this. I am. Sneaky. Oh, I'm happy. I am. Right, I'm just gonna make it so this damages me if it hits me, and then I will probably go get dinner because I'm getting hungry.
And it's even doing so based on a path. You can see that it's flying around objects in order to get to them. In fact, we can turn on gizmos in the game view, and with the drop-down button here, we can find the seeker script and enable gizmos for that object in particular. What this is going to do is it's going to draw the path that an object is taking in order to get to our player. Really, really cool. We can also see that our object is currently rotating in a really weird way, and we don't want this bird to rotate at all. So I'm simply going to go ahead and disable rotation on our objects, and that should fix it straight away. You can also add colliders to your AI to make sure it won't fly through stuff in its path. To do that, let's hit add component, and let's add a circle collider to B, and that already looks pretty good. If we now hit play, we can see these changes working. We can also see that everything looks fine if we stand to the left of our bird, but as soon as we go to the right, we pretty much want this sprite to flip to face in this direction, similar to what we're doing with the player movement. Now we could go ahead and create a script from scratch to control our AI, and we'll have a look at doing that in a second. But if you just want to add this tiny thing to change around your graphics, we can add a very small script on top of what we have going on here. To do that, let's select our bird graphics, let's hit add component, and let's just call this one any graphics. Let's create a new script, let's hit create map, let's double click to open it up in Visual Studio. Now whenever we're programming something with a star, we want to include a specific namespace. So we want to be using, and the name of this namespace is pathfinder. This will allow of our enemy at the side velocity.x is equal to or less than really, really cool. So that is how you can the flipping based on our x speed. If it's positive, we're traveling to the right, and we'll set the scale to this. If it's negative, we're traveling to the left, and we'll set the scale to the opposite on the x. So if we save this and go into Unity, we can select our bird graphics. This takes in an AI path. We'll drag that in from the enemy, and now let's hit play. And as you can see, as soon as our bird changes direction, it's also going to flip the sprite. Really, really cool. So that is how you can super easily set up pathfinding using a star. However, the A-Star pathfinding project is crazy powerful, and it of course allows us to write our own custom scripts to control our AI. So let's have a look at how we can do that. I'm just going to create a backup of our enemy here, so I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm going to disable the old version. Now for our new enemy, we can go ahead and get rid of the AI path script, the AI destination setting, and under our graphics, we can remove the enemy graphics script. Instead, we're going to handle all of these things that we just removed inside of one master script that we'll create now called enemy AI. This is going to be a new C# script, and before we open this up to edit it, we want to add one more component. So we have a seeker, a circle collider, and our enemy AI. We would also like to create a rigid body 2D. Now you can pretty much use anything to drive the movement of your enemy. It doesn't have to be a rigid body. You could also just use transform.translate or some kind of character controller. But in my case, I would like to use rigid body because then we can easily apply other forces to our enemy, and it's instantly going to work with the rest of the physics system, which is just really nice. For now, I'm going to leave pretty much all settings as is. I'm just going to go ahead and freeze the rotation on the Z and set the gravity scale to 0. So if we play it now, we can see that our bird is just gently floating in the air. So to change this, let's open up our enemy AI script. Now this script does have some links to it, so I'm going to go forward fairly quickly. If there's something you don't understand, that's totally fine. If this is your first time working with AI, you might be a tiny bit confused, but let's try and take it one step at a time. So the first thing that we'll need is some variables. Of course, we'll need a reference to our target. So let's create a public transform that will take in our target. We'll also want some control over our speed. So we'll create a public float, speed. Let's just default this to something like 200. Next, we'll need a public float, which is going to store our next waypoint distance. This is the same thing that we adjusted earlier under our previous enemy. They just called it pick next waypoint distance. And again, it's just how close our enemy needs to be to a waypoint before it moves on to the next one. So next waypoint distance, let's just default back to 3. Finally, we'll need a few private variables. And for these,
what was this? I zoned out.
From the enemy, and now let's play. And as you can see, as soon as our bird changes direction, it's also going to flip the sprite. Really, really cool. So that is how you can super easily set up pathfinding using a star. However, the A-Star pathfinding project is crazy powerful, and it of course allows us to write our own custom scripts to control our AI. So let's have a look at how we can do that. I'm just going to create a backup of our enemy here. So
I don't need that.
Method we can go once it's done. Make sure is that we have a path. So if the length of this are forced path, which means that it led to what we did the velocity. This way, it's the next one. Also,
Right, so I'm going to make a health public variable. Say 3.
But don't forget. However, now I would like to do this within the same script. So let's just go to the top here and create a public transform, which is going to reference our enemy graphics velocity. So
excuse me. What assets are you importing? I just created a script.
Wish you just zoomed out a bit. You don't need to reshoot. You can extend your images on Adobe Photoshop. Just open your image.
In this tutorial, we'll take a look at how to make a player health system that allows you to take variable damage when you hit an enemy and keeps track of your health until eventually you are actually destroyed. Let's get started. Alright, so to get started you're going to need a couple of things in your scene. First off, you're going to need some sort of a player character who's going to need a movement script in order to move around your scene, a collider so that we can actually make collisions with the enemy, and if you want to have real world physics, you'll need a rigid body. You'll notice I also have an animator, but that is not necessary in order to run what we're going to be doing in this tutorial. Secondly, you're going to need some sort of an enemy character in your scene, who is also going to need to have a capsule collider. At this point, you are all set to create your first script, and we're going to call this one player health. Now once you get into your player health script, you're going to come below the class here, and we're just going to declare a couple of variables to get started. First one is going to be a public integer that we'll call health, which will keep track of your health in the game. And finally, a public integer called max health. And for now, let's set that one to 10. Essentially what we want to do is, as soon as the game starts off, we want to make sure that your health is actually set to be equal to the max health, meaning you're at full health when the game starts. You can now head below your update function. In fact, for the time being, we could even delete this if we wanted. And we're going to create a new public void function here. We're going to call this one take damage. This is essentially going to be where we keep track of all the damage that our player takes in the game. Now in the brackets after damage, we're going to take an integer amount. And what this is just going to do is make sure that anytime another script talks to this one and calls this function, it can send in however much damage it wants to deal to our player, so that we can make it different amounts depending on what is causing the damage. And down below here, we're simply going to take health. For the player health, we're going to subtract the amount that gets passed in from whatever other thing is doing the damage. Next, we're just going to do a quick if statement. This is just going to check to see if our health is run out. So if our health is less than or equal to 0, we simply want to destroy the game object of our player. Alright, so in Unity, we're just going to add the player health script onto our player. And when we open that up, you'll notice our lines here. We've got our max health, which can be changed at any time, as well as our current health, which will look to destroy the game object of our player. Alright, so in Unity, we're just going to do our max health as soon as the game starts up. Next up, we need to create some damage here. So we're going to create a new script. And we call this one enemy damage. Now essentially what we want to do here is we're going to come down below the start and update functions, and we're going to create an on collision enter to be function. Now, the beauty of this function is that it sets things up so that any time, and we'll put this on our enemy, so anytime our enemy collides with something, it will run this function. first of all, we want to check to see if the collision, so the thing it collided with, has a game object attached to it, which is tagged as player. Now, that was a lot of ifs. Let's take a quick look in Unity to see what that looks like. So essentially now, anytime this enemy collides with anything at all, it is going to check in the hierarchy. It will find the game object of the thing that it just collided with. So if that is the player, it will check the player. And it's going to look up into the inspector to see if there's a tag called player. If there isn't, then the enemy will not deal damage. But if it happens to hit a player, then it will deal damage. Now, yours won't automatically do this. You may have already created a player tag, but if not, you just need to click Add Tag, hit the plus button, type in player, and at this point now, when you go back to your player, you'll be able to select if he's a player. Now, when the enemy collides with the player, essentially what we want to do is we want to call up our player called strip, and inside that, we want to check the damage function we just created, and we want to deal damage. Now, let's say our damage is for that. Now, you notice that our script is not having that at the moment, and that's actually totally normal, because right now, this script has no reference to player health. It doesn't know where to find it or what it even is. So we're gonna
forgot to import Text Mesh Pro. Oh well. So basically Unity hadn't finished making the script that I made yet, so it gave me an error trying to put it on something. Jesus.
My brain forgets how to edit TextMesh Pro, so I've genuinely no idea if this is going to work or not. Okay, looks like it's not. UGI. Perfect. Okay, I also want it to pop. Pop. Cool. Oops. That's probably fine. Yes. Now it's starting to look too much like a swastika, which isn't the intention.
Being hot is a state of mind. You're perfect. Head & Shoulders Derma X Pro with Ceramide Complex to lock in moisture for up to 72 hours.
Bum, boom, 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 bum, bum, da 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 ba 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 da da ba 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 bo ba bo ba bo ba ba da 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 da. What's the error? I don't get it.
What's going wrong? What? Okay. No, not layers. Delete. Right, you. There we go, parameters. Is popping. And then we go... if his popping is true, then I guess bubble pop, cool. Which means we can then go to enemy controller, we need to public animator, animator, and we would go animator is popping is true. I do not want it to be able to loop on itself, but I don't think it will. Let's see how that looks, first of all. I mean, I can check, can't I, actually? It takes 0.6. So, public using systems dot generic
System.collections. Die. Yield. Return. New. Wait for seconds. 0.6. Game. Object dot destroy. Public game object. This enemy. This enemy. No, let me go. Oh, because this is never getting called. Start coroutine. Die. Right, no, it's my bad. I never called the thing I made.
Perfect. Absolute cinema. Let's close that now, it's getting a bit chilly.
So now I should be able to just sort of...
Oh. Alright, well. Let's make a second build, I think. So next thing I will make is dialogue, and then the final boss, and then we'll just sort of run with that. I know, dialogue, gun, final boss. And then I'll leave this demo running whilst I'm away. In fact, whilst I'm going, let's set up a new away, but yo.
And this will have display capture, boom, and text. Making dinner. This my game so far. Hope you like. :3. Can we alignment center?
So how's everything been going?
Going all right. Managed to find a job eventually.
Paul?
Local? Yes, sí.
Colgate Sensitive Instant Relief for instant and long-lasting protection all year round.
With Google Workspace, Drive lets you easily search your files, making videos, PDFs, and over 100 other file types accessible from wherever you are. That's
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need: projects, chat, and knowledge in one place. It's all powered by the world's most complete work AI, so you can find answers from anywhere and get work done faster. Introducing ClickUp, the everything app for work.
We chose Shopify because for us it was the quickest, easiest, and most seamless method of getting our business online as quickly as possible.
Have an idea for a business, but no idea how to get started?
Whether it's secure transactions, running analytics, or selling your products on social media, with Shopify, you have everything you need to supercharge your business, all in one place. With the right tools in hand, you can focus on what you do best, like coming up with your next big idea.
In a galaxy of beauty, one mascara reigns supreme. It's time for a new sky-high hero. You launched Burgundy to the stratosphere. You sent Space Diamond into orbit. It's time for Plum Twilight.
This mascara delivers.
Look at these immediate results.
Did you know that the color of your mascara can emphasize your eye color?
A new color-enhancing shade.
The purple hue is definitely making my eyes pop.
This actually enhances the green over the blue in my eyes.
With the same great length and volume.
There really is no denying the difference that this makes.
From the UK's #1 mascara brand. Launching now in a store near you.
Colgate Sensitive Instant Relief. Switch on Instant Relief wherever you are, whenever it's needed.
Club card accepted.
how's everything been going?
Going all right. Managed to find a job, then...
Paul has just been released from prison after committing a violent crime. Could you help assess if he's a risk to those around him? An extraordinary job, done by someone like you. Search probation jobs now.
Sky High Mascara. Limitless length and volume. Maybelline, New York.
Club card? Yes, safe.
Club card accepted.
Oh, don't forget your melon.
New Head & Shoulders delivers up to 100% dandruff protection, clinically proven.
Colgate Sensitive Instant Relief for instant and long-lasting protection all year round.
Toilet cleaning is a chore. Break the cycle. It's much easier with Blue.
Sky High Mascara. Limitless length and volume. Maybelline, New York.
Club card accepted.
What's Amoy is tradition and everything else you add to it. Think Asian. Think Amoy.
Your mum, fine person, always there for comfort. But what if she's away in Fuerteventura with Glenn? What then? Well, when it's comfort you need, it has to be Heinz. Find comfort in every flavour.
New Aussie Super Serum. For 100 hours of moisturized hair. Have you tried it yet?
We're back. Ah! Turn that stuff off. Oof. Alright, where are we going from here? This should be yeah, right? I know we already had that. This is
It's time to paint the town blue. Discover the new arcane metal posters.
Right. Ba 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 da ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba 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 da 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 ba da da ba da 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 ba 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 da ba 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 da da ba 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 da da ba
It's time to paint the town blue. Discover the new arcane metal posters. Stand for your truth or embrace the chaos. Which side will you choose?
Alright, come on. Hello. How's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Best 200-word essay in 10 minutes will win $200. I think I'll win.
No, I'm gonna win.
They're both writing about the impacts of AI.
Please run away. Monster King forbids your stay. Humans must live far apart, even if it breaks my heart. Very sad, You're gonna die. Cry, cry, cry. So sad it's happening. Really sad. You're gonna die. Cry, cry, cry. Okay, yeah, I did it wrong. It's fine. Brown. Da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Peak. I love designing dialogue box, my favorite. Right, so a portrait would go in here. I'm just going to sort of duplicate this, drag it down here, fill all of these in, and then make this like a good 33. And yeah, that'll do it. I'm going to restart that song actually because it's just crazy. Crazy? Peak. Incredible. Amazing song. Yeah, okay. No, you're not falling over again. There we go. Perfect. Alright, that's looking good. I will be back in a little bit. I have been just streaming my face. I made a dialogue box. I'll be back in a minute.
Most project management software sucks because they don't get used well. Here's how I use AI to optimize my team schedule. You see, most project management software only gives you a
In a galaxy of beauty, one mascara reigns supreme. It's time for a new sky-high hero. You launched Burgundy to the stratosphere. You sent Space Diamond into orbit. It's time for Plum Twilight.
This mascara delivers.
Look at these immediate results.
Did you know that the color of your mascara can emphasize your eye color?
A new color-enhancing shade.
The purple hue is definitely making my eyes pop.
This actually enhances the green over the blue in my eyes.
With the same great length and volume.
There really is no denying the difference that this makes.
From the UK's #1 mascara brand. Launching now in a store near you.
guys. The air here is just magnificent.
Lithium bromide, lithium bromide. We've got lithium bromide. Does everyone understand? Yes, maybe no? Well done.
And I reappear. You see, now I'm streaming my screen. And also, because I'm back, I can now listen to the Undertale soundtrack again. Hell yeah. It is raining somewhere else. Who knows where? Yeah, that's fine.
Know you're hot. Being hot is a state of mind. You're perfect.
Oh, yes. Darling. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum.
Love games, but hate the grind? With Wiimote, you can be invincible,
Come on.
unimaginably wealthy.
Peak starts playing. I guess that's good, Tom. Peak, the best song on the soundtrack. Fight me.
song is such, like, undeniable peak.
Hello, rewards from Boxy Drop.
Goodbye, Winter Blues. Where do I change the font? Is there anything I can do? Right, 1 second. I'm going to go grab a drink to confirm that I get drinks. Be right back.
A cheers. Right. Scripts. Nope. Let's see how this looks. That's how it looks. Okay, cool.
You have lots of readings to do, not just for your
That's my title log system set up then.
study in general. You can
Now I've just got to actually write it. But first... Excuse me.
procedure is unlimited.
And only a tenner a month.
I was gonna say that.
Alright. Me try not to forget to assign things challenge.
Hope it's impossible. So how do we want to start this?
statute that simplifies and makes sure your citations are right every single time. Wow. Grammar.
love just having an argument with myself. I'm gonna have to voice act this.
force them to listen to at least some of it and make it so they can't. So now you shouldn't be able to spam through it. I want to pop to the loop.
All right. Let's see.
Cool, so that's the quickest we can go through.
Yes, I was.
Night night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's going pretty well so far. No, the Undertale, that was literally just I was listening to the soundtrack in the background as background music. I keep forgetting to turn it back on. No, the game game I am making thus far. We have actually. Let me turn off. We'll get this to turn off. In fact, I can just turn it off in game. The game I am making is right now. I mean, to be fair, I guess it is kind of bullet helly. The idea is highly movementy. Let me turn off this canvas. Highly movementy. Game with bubbles as enemies, which will pop when I hit them and damage me. That's the extent of it for now. I spent maybe 2 hours on like sprinting alone and stuff. It really wasn't doing its best with me. It wasn't being the nicest, but I'm happy with some of the stuff. Like I created this slide all but by myself, which I was happy with doing. And yeah, I'm just writing dialogue at the moment for the vague semblance of a story that I've got. Nice. You know, I've made I've released one demo before. Other than that, I've just sort of dabbled with things. But yeah, it's there's a lot to learn, but learning it itself tends to, like, if you know how to use Google and how to get through tons of different tutorials, eventually you can usually figure out how to do something. And yeah, that's the gist of it, really. Okay, let's do that next. Canvas.
CDkeys.com.
Oh, come on, let's bring it in, guys, next try.
Game for under £10.
Yeah, come on.
Get the same games.
Right, let's... If health is equal to or less than, or is less than or equal to 0, application dot quit. Hello! How's it going? Right, let's try creating a new build. Two or three things left to do. Not looking too shabby. Oh yeah, I've got to do sound effects and voice acting as well. That's a good bubble sound, I'd say. Let's see how we're doing. Is it all functional in build? And why is it created multiple? I mean, that's probably meant to happen, right? Okay, so first thing I'm noticing, you're not inside the box. Why are you not inside the box? Get inside the box. I'm pretty sure I set the entire you can go away, canvas to scale with screen size, right? What have I done differently with that other than scale it to the canvas? Okay, yep, forgot you could just die. Right. I'm having a question why you're not in your folder. Oh yeah, I did want to create prefabs. That is going to annoy me. 1 second, I'll be right back. Yeah. And right back I am. Why did it take less time to build is what I'm confused about. If I do, just... No. I could create an empty. The lot of it. Then we just put that to everything. And then stick everything under that. I wonder if that would fix my problem. Ideally, we won't need that many more test builds. Wow, 14 seconds for that build. Alright, so that has done nothing. That's annoying. I was really hoping it would. And why has that not gone away? Why is that stuff inexplicably not under... Not you. You three are meant to be under that. Right, that's why it came out, okay. But I know that this doesn't do anything. So why do that? It's frustrating that scale with screen size just hasn't. Wait, what? Oh! I see. That's a little bit of an issue. This. Empty recycling bin. Okay, that should at least make me some space. I had no idea I have 3 gigabytes of space left. How much space is this project taking? Unity projects. properties. It's only 3 and a bit gigabytes apparently, huh? Where's all of the storage on my PC gone? So I'm gonna need to... One second, this is a bit of a sidetrack. Sidetracking. I've got to go onto Steam and see if I can uninstall a game or two. This can't all be the fault of Fortnite Hatsune Miku, surely. How should I try this? Goodbye. Because Awara I want to keep for the art book. Sure, I can find it online, but I don't have any games installed. Where is my storage going? Okay, there must have been a lot in my blooming... recycling bin. If it's still deleting. Okay, how much space have I got now? 31 gig, that's better. Still not great, but better. God. Let's check out this then. So that just still hasn't worked, but that has. So if you b-hop perfectly, then the animation for thingy doesn't play. I do need a better crouch, but Unity Canvas Scaler. Canvas items different in build.
Canvas.io. A platform.
You can do anything at Lava Academy. Anything at all. The only limit is yourself. Shout out to you if you know that from. Today we're going to talk about the canvas scaler, which by default comes on every canvas that you create, and it allows you to scale the canvas with the screen size. But if you're like me and you end up making some kind of UI framework and your pages where you have sliding transitions, this component becomes a really big problem because the pages outside of your screen view end up being in screen view on equal web bigger monitors or different aspect ratios from whatever you're using. So what we're going to do now is take a look at each of the different scale modes and see how do they work, what do they do, and how to work around some of these weird kind of overlapping pages when you have some decision off screen on your resolution, but maybe not off screen for somebody else's resolution. Hey, and just really quick, I want to give a shout out to my Patreon supporters. I really appreciate it. Every bit helps the channel grow, reach more people, and add value to more people, and that means more people are making their game development dreams become a reality. If you want to help me in that cause, you can show your support on Patreon, patreon.com/LlamaAcademy. You can get your name up on the screen, you can get a voice shout out so I can get a silver tier, and some other cool perks. Special shout out to Raphael and Andrew Bow. That I have something at the top left, the top right, bottom right. I have a button directly in the middle, and I have some text statically positioned at the top. And what I mean by that is it has a fixed size that is positioned 100 units down from the top. You can see the anchors at the top and middle, so we're down 100 units from that. At the very bottom, we have some other text called scaling position bottom that scales with the screen size on the width that is 100 units up from the bottom. We'll see the difference in how this text behaves as we try different canvas scaling options. Whenever we create a canvas, by default, we get a canvas scaler added, and it's set to the content pixel size UI scale mode. This works okay, but generally, if you're designing something for, like in my case, I'm using 1920 by 1080, and then somebody comes in with a 4K monitor, all your stuff is really small. That's a really common problem when 4K monitors first came out, and stuff just didn't scale up very effectively. The important thing, as you see as I rescale all of these, is that the rect transform of the canvas, the scale stays 1. That's how we keep all the elements to be the same size. If we want the scale of the rect transform to adjust, we have to change the scale factor on the canvas scaler ourselves. What this does is allows us to scale up or down the entire canvas based on this value. With some of the other scale modes, it will dynamically adjust the scale factor based on it. Target or reference resolution. The caveat to that is you can see that the background is changing size as we change different resolutions and that kind of stuff. And that's because of the background set to stretch in every direction. So as the canvas sizes change, so does the background. The only other option we have right now is reference pixels per unit, and this is always available with every UI scale mode. You can see as I lower this value, the border of the sprite becomes much smaller. As I raise this value, you'll see that the sprite gets much more pixelated. The default value of 100 is usually really good, and I've never actually had a need to change this. You might be asking, why do we have these red panels on the side of the canvas? In a recent video I did, I showed how to manage the state of your UI using a stack and pages. Whenever a page would transition in, you have the option to have it slide in from the side. These red panels are there to indicate when the canvas scaler will show something that you have positioned off screen, and will require you to change how you animate in that UI based on the screen size and the scale of the canvas. We'll talk about my favorite scale mode in a little bit that prevents you from having to worry about that. I don't think there's a lot more to say about this one. It works okay as long as whatever resolution you're designing on is really close to the resolution that players will actually be playing on. If it's not, then you have to manually adjust the scale factor. If you don't do that, then let's say that you're designing on a 1080p monitor and somebody's playing on a 4K monitor, everything will be very tiny. And if you do the inverse where you're designing on a nice 4K monitor and somebody's playing at 1080p, everything will be absolutely huge on their screen. Next up, we're going to do the scale with screen size. This changes our options here a little bit where we can define a reference resolution. Below that, we have a screen match mode. This allows you to choose how the canvas scaler will automatically scale your canvas for you, and the default is match width or height. We'll get into the other options in just a second. This mode allows you to do basically what I was talking about on the constant pixel size automatically. With the match width or height, that controls how the canvas scaler will manage scaling the canvas. So if we have it set to width, what it's going to do is make sure that the width of the canvas. In this case, with the X at 1920, we're going to keep that constant regardless of what screen size we're dealing with. We will adjust the height based on the available screen size. The scale of the canvas has also been adjusted because the available screen size is less than whatever we have here. Here you can see this problem again, that stuff off screen becomes visible vertically whenever we scale to an aspect ratio that is not the same, so not the 16:9 I was using. If I disable those so we can actually see the canvas, you can see that this doesn't work extremely well if we go to a non-conforming aspect ratio. Something simple like 16:10 isn't that big of a deal, it still looks okay. With 4K, it's still going to look good. You can see that the scale has been adjusted to 2, like I was saying you could do manually earlier. This mode automatically handles that for you regardless if you have width or height matched, because we're keeping the same aspect ratio. Where it changes, if I move it over to height, you'll see that now the width is the one that is adjusted, the scale has changed, and the height stays the same. If we set it to be something in the middle, you'll see that it scales both the X and the Y proportionally, because we put it at, we're going to give weight at 50% to the width, 50% to the height. So both my width and height get adjusted, the scale changes appropriately, and even at super weird aspect ratios, it still looks okay. Really, the only challenge that I see with this one is that it scales to be very small when you get to something at a weird aspect ratio, but generally on at least PCs and consoles, you don't end up supporting these kinds of resolutions.
My aunt had a wind-up.
Yes. Yes. I'm just gonna make one more test. Thought I need to get on with gun. Ring ding ding, ring ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding, dee 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 dee. Okay.
This myself, and it's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize.
When it comes to shooting in Unity, there's really two ways to go about it. You can do it using prepaths or raycasts, and which method you choose depends on what you want to achieve. If you want your player to shoot bullets that travel through the air and takes time to reach the target, using prepath is probably the way to go. With this method, we basically create a bullet prepath and then spawn in a copy of it every time we want to shoot. We can then apply forces to the bullet in order to make it move, and check to see if it collides with anything, in which case we can make it explode and apply damage. Another way to make your player shoot is by using raycasts. Instead of your bullets traveling through the air, we instantly shoot out an invisible line that checks whether or not we hit anything in that direction. The result is a much quicker and precise shot like we see in modern first-person shooters like Call of Duty or Counter-Strike. The two methods are actually very similar. We use the same code for triggering the shooting and the same code for applying damage. So with that explanation, let's get right to it. But first, let's not jump the gun on this one. This video is sponsored by Dennis Kanjuda. Dennis is an awesome game dev tutor who just launched a new course on Udemy, the complete C# masterclass. This course will make you completely comfortable writing code in C# and using it for programming your own games in Unity. It will give you knowledge on many different aspects of C# and teach topics like databases, linked WPF, and much more. At the end of the class, you'll even have made 3 games on your own. If this sounds like something you're interested in, simply click the link in the description to get started and get a discount. Alright, let's start shooting. So no matter what method that we'd like to use, there are a few things that we need to set up. One of these is that we need to create a fire point. And a fire point is really as simple as it sounds. It's just the point from where we want to fire our bullets. So if we go ahead and select our player here and right click on him, we can create an empty object. And we can take this object and move it to the place that we'd like to fire from. So in my case, I'm going to move it just outside the barrel. We can then rename this object to fire point. And now if we take our game view and jog it to the side, here and play, we can see that as we move, the fire point indeed follows our player, and if we move to the other direction, it also flips. However, we can also see that the direction of the fire point isn't actually changing. And this is a problem because if we tried to shoot using this, we would fire to the right when we were facing right, and we would also fire to the right when we were facing left, and so we would hit ourselves, and that wouldn't be too pretty. And the reason for this is actually a mistake that I made in the character controller. If you're using another movement script, this might not happen to you, but to those of you who followed our guide on 2D movement, we need to select our player and find our character controller 2D, and if you open this up, it's a really big and complicated script, but at the very bottom, we have some code for flipping the character. And in here, I thought it was a good idea to flip the player by inverting the scale on the X, but instead, it would be much better if we simply rotate the player. So let's replace this entire piece of code here with transform.rotate, and then we want to rotate by 0 on the X, 180 on the Y, and 0 on the Z. And that should do the trick. So now if we go and play, select our fire point, we see that as we move to the different sides, the direction of our fire point is also flipped. Awesome. So now we're ready to start creating our weapon. And to do this, we'll select our player. I'm just going to collect the script again. Let's hit add component, and let's type in weapon. We want to create a new script. Let's hit create math. And let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. And for now, this script is actually going to be really simple. We can go in and remove the start method, and instead we want to create a reference to our fire point, so that we can use it later. So in here we'll write public, transform, and let's call this variable fire point.
So I want to have
Welcome to a new tutorial in Unity. I'm Christopher from KJ Interactive, and today I will show you how to rotate a 2D object to follow a mouse or another 2D object. I have created a new 2D object and imported a sprite, and I wrote it points to the right. Now we are going to create a script for it.
crazy floating gun.
The best script.
What we will do is calculate the angle we need to rotate to point towards our target, and let's begin by pointing towards the mouse position. We need a speed variable to let us know how fast we're going to rotate towards our target. We also need to know the direction between our position and the target's position. And since we're using the mouse in position, we need to use the camera to help us create a screen to world point. Then we calculate the angle. And then we create a quaternion or a rotation from it. And then we will begin the rotation. We can't set the rotation directly if we want to gradually move it towards our target. moving it by using lurk or lurk. So let's save this and head over to Unity. Okay, so let's add our arrow to the scene. Maybe scale it a bit. And add our strict component and display. And it works. As you can see, it rotates from the center point, because that's where the pivot is. And we can change this by going to pivot. Let's add it to the bottom apply. And that's all weird. So let's try left hand side, of course.
Okay, let me just. Sure.
Of course. And then you can see it rotates from the end point here.
Okay. So what I would need to do is create an empty, gun, center, that would be on the center, and then onto that we attach this, scale it down to 0.25. Position 1, and then gun center we would script crazy floating gun. God damn it, that is a problem.
and we can then take this object and move it pretty. And the reason for this is actually a mistake. That piece of code here with transform dot rotate, and then we want to rotate by 0 on the x, 180 on the y, and 0 on the z. And that should do the trick. So now if we go and 80 on the y and 0 on the z. And
if facing right. So what was that code? What code did he have before?
is this entire piece of code here with transform dot rotate, and then we want to rotate by 0 on the x, 180 on the y, and 0 on the z. And that should do the trick. So
Has that worked out for me?
now if we go and play, select our fire point, we can see that as we move to the different sides, the direction of our fire point is also flipped.
Cool, that's actually perfect. Right.
Awesome. So now we're ready to start creating our weapon. And to do this, we'll select our player. I'm just going to collect the script again. Let's hit add component and let's type in weapon. We want to create a new script. Let's hit create an add. And let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. And for now, this script is actually going to be really simple. We can go in and remove the start method, and instead we want to create a reference to our fire point, so that we can use it later. So in here we'll write public transform, and let's call this variable fire point. Then if we save that, we can go into Unity, and we can now simply take our fire point and drag it into this empty slot. And at this point, we're ready to start. Shooting. And of course, the first thing that we need to figure out is when to shoot. So inside of our update method, let's create an if statement, and what we want to check for here is some player input. So we'll go input.get button down. So this is triggered whenever we push a button, and the button that we want to look for is fire 1. We'll then close the parentheses and open and close some curly brackets. And now every time we press the fire button, we want to go ahead and shoot. And this is not a function that Unity has. This is something that we need to create a so let's go down here under the update method. Let's write void shoot, open and close some parentheses and some curly brackets. So now every time we press the fire button, it's going to call the shoot method, and everything inside of these two curly brackets is going to be executed. So this is where we'll put all of our shooting logic. If you want to change what button to press in order to fire, you can always go into Unity, go edit, project settings input, and find the fire 1 at the top here. And we see currently the button to press is mouse 0, which is left mouse, but you can change this to anything that you like. I'm going to change it to space. And at this point, what we need to do next is going to depend on what method we choose. Let's start by focusing on prefab shooting. So here we first want to go ahead and create a bullet. So let's save the script and head into Unity. And in here we want to first create a sprite. So let's right click in the hierarchy, go to the object and select sprite. And the sprite that you want to use here is completely up to you. I'm just going to go under sprite here and search for shot. And I have this pretty cool shot to sprite. I think that looks pretty good. And then going to take this object and rename it to bullet. And there are a few things that we need to add. Add to this object. The first this pretty cool shot. So let's save the script and head into Unity. And in here we want to first create a sprite. So let's right click in the hierarchy, go to the object and select sprite. And the sprite that we want to use here is completely up to you.
Why can't I edit the sprite?
I'm just going to go on this sprite here and search for shot, and I have this pretty cool shot to sprite. I think it looks pretty good. And then going to take this object and rename it to bullet. And there are a few things that we need to add to this object. The first one is a rigid body 2D. This object will apply physics to a bullet and allow it to travel through air. And you can play around with these settings to get your bullet to behave in different ways. Now, I don't want any gravity on my bullet, I just want it to travel in a straight path, so I'm going to set gravity scale to 0. I also don't want it to be able to rotate in any way, so I'm going to go under constraints and freeze the rotation. And finally, I really recommend setting collision detection from discrete to continuous. This is going to help the bullet detect other objects if it's traveling really quickly. Now the next component we need is a circle collider. So let's hit add component and search for circle collider 2D. I'm just going to open this up and check that the collider is pretty close to our sprite. I think that looks pretty good.
I don't flip an egg. How's your horses, mate?
I'm also going to mark this collider as a trigger, and this is because I don't want my bullet to bounce around the environment. I just want it to notice when it hits something and then explode, but you can definitely leave it as a normal collider if you want it to keep bouncing around. So now we can take this bullet and turn it into a prefab. So let's drag it from the hierarchy into our assets folder, and we then delete it from our scene. So now we have this bullet prefab that we can make copies of. Let's go into our weapon script and let's create a reference to this object. So we'll create a public game object. Let's name it bullet prefab. And then inside of our shoot method, we simply want to spawn a bullet into our world. Remember, whenever we want to spawn an object, we use instantiate. We then feed it the object that we want to spawn. So in our case, that's our bullet prefab. Then we need to choose where we want to spawn it. We want to spawn it at firepoint.position and then with what rotation. And we want to use firepoint.rotation. So we'll close that up with a semicolon. And now if we save this and go into Unity and select our player, we can see at the bottom here we have the bullet prefab slot. Here we can take our bullet prefab and drag it in there. And now if we play and try to shoot, we can see that we're indeed instantiating bullets.
Create a crazy ring of bullets. I went down, down, down like a burning ring of fire. I burn, burn, I don't know the other lyrics. Elegance in the bullet ring goes pretty hard though, methinks. Tiny elegance of the bullet string.
into our world. Of course, these bullets currently aren't going anywhere, but they're definitely there. Next, we can go to our bullet and create a new script on this bullet. And let's just call the script bullet. Let's hit create that and open it up in Visual Studio.
Man. Hey, after this it's just the boss, which shouldn't be too difficult because it's just going to be another big bubble. Boss, sound effects, voice acting, something else. Yeah.
And what we want to do in here is actually really simple. In fact, we don't even need an update method. All we need to do is that right when the bullet spawns, so inside of the start method, we want to tell the bullet to fly forward. To do this, we need a speed, so we'll go up here and create a public float speed and set it to something like 20. And we also need a reference to a rigid body, since it's our rigid body that controls our bullet. So we'll create a public rigid body to the, let's just call it RB. Then inside of our start method, we can tell our rigid body to move. So RB dot velocity. The velocity is our current speed of the rigid body on the 3 axes, and we want to set this equal to the forward direction. So transform dot, and we don't actually want to use forward here because that moves on the Z axis, and we're making a 2D game, so we don't use the Z axis at all. Instead, we want to use right, and we can then multiply this with our speed. So we're basically just saying, hey, rigid body, please move right according to our speed. And indeed, if we save this, we can see that we now have a speed variable that we can adjust, as well as a slot for our rigid body that we can simply drag in. And now if we play and try and shoot, we can see that our bullet indeed does move forward.
Yep, still at it. But hey, we should have some more functional stuff since you were last here. When were you last here? It was 11 past 3. It is now 11:30. Hey, we now have gun that works. It doesn't do anything yet to the bubble enemies, but it works, and I can shoot at the bubbles. And if the bubbles hit me, they damage me, and it's annoying, and it hurts. Youch. And I could shoot super fast if I spam click. And god, it's creating a lot of bullets.
Awesome. Of course, the next step is to have our bullet actually register when it hits something. And if we hit an enemy, we want to apply some damage. To do this, we go into our bullet script and use a really handy function in Unity called onTriggerInsert. So we'll write void onTriggerInsert 2D. We'll open and close some parentheses and some curly brackets. And of course, as the name suggests, this function will be called whenever something enters our trigger. In our case, whenever our bullet hits something. And when that happens,
yeah, I've to be fair, I've done a bloody lot.
If we want to do some different things, we could first destroy our bullet And maybe before we do that, we can print out the name of the object that we hit. But in order to get some information about the object, we need to go up here and add an argument. We want to add a collider 2D, and we'll call this something like hit info, because it will store information about what we hit.
And it load? Okay. Yeah, we've got various functional animations. The crouch we're going to pretend looks good because it doesn't, but we're going to pretend it does because everything else does. So we're just going to pretend that also looks good. So yeah, we have walking animation, which is totally a thing, and I like the way that the hair like flows. We have the crouch, which is we have a jump animation, which actually like works with gravity. It's actually, I'm really happy with that. Sprinting, and then whava! You could slide, which is the thing I'm most proud of. If you crouch whilst you're at full speed, then you enter a slide, and you can't like turn around whilst you're sliding. You're just like stuck into the momentum of it. But then once you get to the end, you go back to crouching. Yeah. I'm really happy with how things have gone.
Then inside of our function, we can go debug.log in order to print out a message, and we want to print out hitinfo.name, so the name of the object that we hit. If we save this and go to Unity and play the game, we can then shoot our enemy, and you see as soon as I hold it, it's our enemy that prints out enemy. Pretty cool. Of course, if we shoot in the opposite direction, nothing happens because we didn't hit anything. Awesome. Of course, we don't just want to print out enemy, we actually want to damage our enemy. And currently on my enemy, I have this box collider as well as an enemy script. And this is a fairly simple script that you can easily just copy from the screen here.
Where's my enemy controller? Give me my enemy controller, please. This is bad, we're getting tired. Oh no. No idea why I would be tired. I haven't even been streaming for 12 hours yet. Enemy controller.
All we're doing is just giving our enemy some health, and then we're adding a function that allows it to take damage. Of course, we want to specify how much damage, so it takes in an argument with exactly that. We then subtract from our health the amount of damage specified. And if our health goes below 0, well then we want to die. So that takes us down here, and this simply creates a death effect, as well as destroys the enemy. Fairly simple stuff. The only thing to take note of here is that in order to trigger this take damage function, I've marked it as public, so that we can now go inside of our bullet script and call it from here. So what we want to do here is go hit info.getComponent of type enemy, so we try and find an enemy component on the object that we hit. Of course, we aren't always going to be hitting an enemy, so we're not sure that there's going to be a component there. And because of this, we want to store this in a variable. The variable is going to be of type enemy, and let's just call it enemy also. And right after here, we want to check if enemy is not equal to null, so if we actually found an enemy component on the object that we hit, well, in this case, we can go enemy.takeDamage and call the function that just showed you, and here we can input any number. We can put 30 damage, 40 damage, whatever. like, or we could go to the top and create a variable for this. So we'll create a public integer, let's call it damage, and set it equal to 40 by default. And then we simply can put our damage variable down here. And now we should see that whenever we play and shoot our enemy, the health of our enemy gets reduced.
Okay.
And once we reach 0, our enemy explodes. Super cool. And if you want to make this look even cooler, we can create a tiny impact effect whenever our bullet collides with something. In fact, I've gone ahead and prepared a prefab here called impact effect. And this is just a sprite renderer with some animation. Let me just add it to the scene here and play it back so that you can see. Very simple. I've also gone under the animation and make sure to disable looping. So inside of our bullet script, we could create a public game object impact effect. And then whenever we hit something, we could simply create an impact effect. So instantiate impact effect. The place where we want to create it is transform.position.
Hell yes.
And transform.rotation. Let's save that, go into Unity, select our bullet, and now under our bullet script, we now have an empty impact effect. Let's drag our impact effect prefab under there, hit play, and now every time we hit our enemy, we can see a tiny impact effect gets created. And the same thing if we hit anything else, like a platform. Pretty cool. And also we can delete this again. So that is how you can do prefab-based shooting. Now let's wind time back a bit and see what we can do with raycasting. So the
Okay. Right. Basically. Grid, tile palette. you not have that? God's sake. What do you mean type mismatch? That's not a type mismatch. It's specifically... Oh my god. Oh no, it's looking for a layer controller now. What a massive error. But now it's looking for a player controller. What do you mean type mismatch? Why is it getting rid of that? Screw it, I guess I just have to do it like this. I don't know. Unfortunately, this error has occurred when I am too tired to care. Oh my god. Okay. Humans must live far apart, even if it breaks my heart. They'll throw you in the dungeon. It'll suck and then you'll die a lot. Really sad, you're gonna die. Cry, 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 so sad it's happening. They did. Okay, so now if the bullet manages to not hit anything, so if it just flies off into the distance, then bye-bye, you know? God, bye-bye. Is that true? Oh, I guess it must be. How intriguing. Yeah, let's make a wave controller.